And the thing is, if you can just quit out anytime you're in danger, it removes a lot of the... It just removes a lot of the danger. I mean, it was a total BS way to go out, but that's the point of the randomizer, right? All right. Hold on. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bullets peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark side.
And I'm back. Here we go, chat. It's a new day. The day is young. The new dawn.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead.
Another day in the asylum.
And in
This is my home. I live
the
here.
undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away.
I was born in the
await
asylum.
The end of the world. is your fate.
Molded by it. One of these runs, I will get the Lord Vessel as the very first item I pick up. One of these days. I wonder what the chance of it being the very first item is. Like, I wonder how many total item checks there are. Ella kinda did. Well, he got it in Firelink. That's not the first item. And no, I don't... Obviously, the fucking key to get out of your cell at the start is not actually the first item check. What's up, CB? Oh yeah, CB, do you still need the rando files? I told you I was gonna send them to you and I totally forgot. That was the first item. Yeah, but it's always the same. Well, yeah, but we're using... No need? Okay, fair enough. We're using like a custom version of the rando that doesn't have scaling on. Salad send you everything? Okay. Alright. You should have led with that. Yeah, sounds good. Hey, Cliff Bang, thank you for the $2, man. How many bosses do you have you killed on your runs, CB? You got the Lord Vessel after Sif? Damn. Lucky duck, you. Have I done the same run for Elden Ring? No. Well, I was doing the French challenge in Elden Ring for a while. And it was fun. I mean, I might go back to the French challenge thing at some point, but it's such a long fucking run. The what? So well, that's just what people were fucking calling it, okay? I was doing auto-equip, Randomizer.
In the ancient legends, it is stated.
Auto-equip, Randomizer, Elden Ring. I don't know if it was also use what you get. Or, well, I mean, it is. Auto-equip is use what you get. I don't know if it was use what you see. But yeah.
Leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage.
Oh yeah, it was also region lock. Yeah. Region lock, permadeath, auto-equip, all bosses, Elden Ring.
Lord
is what we were doing. I feel like Elden Ring Randomizer, the problem is there's no progression blockers in Elden Ring because they wanted to make the game more casual, which, by the way, I'm not saying that's a bad thing or that it should be different. It's just how it is. Elden Ring barely has any key items, and you can run around the entire map because they just nothing is blocked. Like, there's no progression blockers in Elden Ring. I kind of wish that there was, though. But you know, that's also part of what makes Elden Ring so good, is the, you know, you can just you can explore wherever you want. So I can fast roll. Oh, I should probably just like use the Dark Hand and just go kill bosses, but I don't fucking want to. This is the thing, there's only 2 key... Wait, what? Oh wait, did I get the... Oh, I thought my auto-equip wasn't working.
Very well. Now...
There's plenty of progression blockers. Yeah, but I mean like in terms of key items. Like there's barely any key items. And you listed like 4 bosses total, bro. That's like barely anything. Also, Moog is an optional area. So in what scenario is Moog a progression blocker? The only like required boss, I mean, DLC. Well, yeah, I mean to get to the DLC, sure, but I just mean like to beat the game. Oh wow, we're getting a lot of souls. This is good. I mean, I'm just saying, like, look at how many fucking key items there are in this game, and then like look at Elden Ring. You know what I mean? It's just, I love Elden Ring, but this I'm talking about purely from like a randomizer standpoint. Like you don't need to loot stuff in Elden Ring when you do the randomizer. And yeah, you don't even need, well, you need there's 2 key items. You need the Academy key, technically. I guess it depends on what run you're doing. No, my auto-equip's working. You compare 2 different games? Yeah, sure, but I mean, I'm speaking strictly from a randomizer standpoint. There's just no reason, okay, guys, like, okay, I'm just curious. If in the Dark Souls 1 randomizer, you didn't have to loot anything, like imagine in this rando, right? You get a good weapon. You get a good weapon right off the bat, and then you don't have to loot anything. You just run boss to boss to boss to boss. And that's it. That's the rando. That is what fucking Elden Ring is like. Ella does that already? Okay, well, you're missing the fucking point. Yes, so, yes, in the randomizer, sometimes you do you boss rush a little bit at the start of the, shut the fuck up, okay, dude? Alright. 20. Hey, Raiko, thank you for the Prime sub. Imagine if you put the key items anywhere though in Elden Ring. Yeah, I mean, Elden Ring doesn't really work like DS1 does from a randomizer standpoint. I agree with that. Like, looting all the items in Elden Ring would be equally... It would be fucking horrible. I don't know. I don't find Elden Ring randomizer that... I just end up getting bored in the Elden Ring randomizer a lot of the time. The French challenge was fun, though. I will say. Doing Limgrave was boring as fuck, though. Like, when you die in the French challenge and you have to spend, like, 2 hours... like, going through Limgrave again, that was pretty ass. I will admit. Well, whenever I would do an Elden Ring run, I would end up with like a +10 somber weapon. I would loot most of the items in Limgrave, and before I knew it, I would have a +10 somber weapon, and then I would just shit on everything, and I would just get bored. In the French challenge, you had to loot everything you see within reason. Yeah, that's true, and that's why the French challenge was more fun. Like, I actually had fun with the French challenge. Heavy cross. Holy shit. Chill, dude. Can't even get past him now. God, I hate this fucking enemy. What made the challenge French? It's just... It was like the challenge was made by a French streamer. The funny thing is, though, before the French challenge was a thing, I had done that exact same run, but I also just got bored with it. Key to the depths. That's good. I don't remember who made it. Or who came up with the thing. Should have called it the disc challenge. Nah. I don't care. I did it before it was cool, yeah. I'm a hipster. No, it wasn't chemist. Bruh. Am I dead? And off the cliff too, bro. Come on. I shouldn't have looted that item, I guess. Fuck's sake. Well, Lobos is dead. Rest in peace. I'm sorry, Lobos, I failed you. Oh, fat rolling in this game is so fucking awful. Okay, Bandit has a blacksmith giant hammer. It's in the right hand, which means I need to... Alright, we're gonna leave the blacksmith giant hammer in the asylum. And we're gonna loot first, because we're gonna be we're gonna be fat if we pick that thing up anyways. This armor is way too heavy. What's wrong with being fat? You're slow. You can't roll. There's a lot of things wrong with being fat. You can roll. Listen, I'm talking about Dark Souls 1, chat.
Regrettably.
Consider claws to be allowed in a Dark Souls 3 fist weapons playthrough. Well, I don't know. I mean, the way that I would do it is to base it on like the weapon class. Are claws like a separate weapon category in Dark Souls 3? I don't know. Dude, the R2 does so much more damage. About a jump attack. That's not much better. I think it's better just to R2. All right, here we go. This is the run. Told a streamer this morning to press R2 and he threatened you with a ban. Dang. Heavy attacks in this game are actually pretty fucking good. Like, they do a considerable amount more damage. Like, if you press R2 a lot of the time, it'll do, I don't know, like 50% more damage. It is not bad at all. That is a big stick. Thank you for the 4 months, Elephant Dung. Raiko, Toby, thank you for the resubs as well.
Oh, that's good. Very well. Now.
Have I made it to the Bed of Chaos room? No. Kind of curious what the Bed of Chaos... Like, does the floor still fall in the Bed of Chaos room? I assume it probably does, which is kind of fucking scary, actually. But yeah, it would kill most bosses, that's true. Or it could. Guardian tail. Hail is Ella's favorite weapon. It's actually not a bad weapon. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but... I don't have any poppable souls, though. Not great. Also, I feel stupid for not realizing this sooner, but... Is this chain prisoner gonna kill me? What am I doing, dude? What am I actually fucking doing? It's like I knew it was gonna happen and I fucking did it anyways. You can drop onto the bridge from like the upper area near the staircase. In that situation, it was not worth doing it though, because the chain prisoner was there. Yeah. Oops. That's okay. That's my bad. That was really stupid. That I fucked that one up. I need to respect these enemies more. It's like I knew that there was a chance the chain prisoner would kill me. And I don't know why I didn't. I should have tried to roll him as well, but I just wanted to show off the other strat. The hob farming strat. Not that I'm actually gonna farm, but... Oh, the death counter's going off the screen. Hold on. Alright, well, unless we die 899, or, well, 900 more times, we'll be okay. Yeah, I checked the Lord Vessel in that run where I died. To see if it was in the Tomb of the Giants, as fucking usual. Yeah, Dark Hand is decent. The overlay placement is triggering you? Why? What do you mean? Oh, what? Because the 100 isn't aligned with the bosses in the PB? I mean, I can fix it if you want. I'll fix it, okay? I'll fix it, alright? Hold on. Wait, why is there so much... Okay, this is scuffed. Hold on. This is not... Hold on. This is not good. I know that's not good. I know. Just chill 1 second, okay? I'm fucking fixing it. Okay, there you go, chat. Is that better? PB is bigger font. Whatever. Fucking who cares? It's worse? Shut the fuck up. No, it's... Oh my god, I'm dead! I'm not dead. Oh god. This isn't good. Oh Jesus. Ornstein? Bro, he went out of bounds! Yes, I'm gonna quit out, dude. What else can I do? And I'm dead, bro. I thought he was butt slamming. Oh my god, this fucking rat. Ah, for fuck's sakes, dude. Ah. Don't do it.
Now I was.
Don't make me kill you, little shroom. I'm being nice. Yeah, I mean, if there wasn't scaling... Oh, he killed the mushroom! He killed the mushroom and sent him flying from the fucking balcony. Come on, give me the IGN seed.
But no. I would. Very well.
They're reserved for Ella, true. I get the Lord Vessel and the Catacombs. That's what I get. Oh, shit. Okay, he's got some fucking weapons, though. Black Knight Sword and Enchanted Falchion.
Come again.
That's pretty good. It could be any item pickup, any boss drop. I think the Lord Vessel can also be in the... like a rare enemy, or like a unique enemy drop table. Like the Black Knights around the map, because they always drop like a guaranteed. Oh, dude. I don't want to fucking die. But I have 4,000 souls. We'll be fine. Oh. 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 Hello. Let me up the fucking ledge. I don't know why going up that ledge is so jank. Alright, hold on. I gotta be back in a sec, chat. Enjoy the Firelink music. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What are the stat requirements for the Black Knight sword, by the way? Is it 20 strength, 16 dex? I think. Oh, 18? Okay. Ooh. Fancy hat. I want to go to the Great Hollow. The problem is it uses so much healing when you go there. I actually think going to the Great Hollow early is like not a bad strat.
Come back soon. Don't.
Oh, that Smo's hammer could be downgraded. We buy it. I don't really want to get a weapon yet, though. We have a lot of potential good weapons, because we can downgrade Smo's hammer. We have the Black Knight sword and the enchanted falchion. Yeah, I don't think there's a guide for it, Bubbles, but I mean, I can send you the stuff if you want. Key to the seal. Just like he sent it to you. I'm sorry, CB. Hey, I made up for it because I sent Trance all of the stuff earlier today. You'll forgive me? Thank you. I'm sorry, buddy. Guess I'll ask a Regal. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. My butthole almost felt death. What, Chad? His fucking spear was centimeters away from my ass, which would have killed me. His pitchfork, actually. I didn't make it. I'm just explaining. Okay. Anyways, 14 strength, 18 dex. It's okay. I'll send it to Bubbles right now. Oh my God, Soul of Gwyn. Bro, we got 2 Lord Souls, or wait, 1 Lord Soul? Wait, I thought we had 2. Wait, was it the last one where I got? Oh. Oh wait, no, this is just a Poppable Soul. This is not a fucking Lord Soul. What am I talking about? It just looks the same. All right, hold on. Let me say, I will send Bubbles stuff. I have bubbles on Discord, I think.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Okay. He would never tab out for you. Listen, I just feel bad about it now, okay? The thing is, dude, it's like so often I'm like, oh, I'll do this, and then I just forget about it. I'm so forgetful. You may want to consider keeping that soul for Fram. He pays double. Oh, yeah? Can I share the randomizer on a public place? Well... I mean, I could, like... I should probably make a guide or something if viewers want to do it. Holy chunks. You do have one twinkly. One of my first friends on Twitch. Yeah, me and Bubbles go way back. Actually, though. Crystal Halberd upgrades, true. Oh boy. How many items are there in total to loot in DS1? I actually am... I don't know. Had ramen with me, didn't get you nowhere. God damn it, CB. Oh, no, no, no! I forgot! Oh, fuck, I forgot.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Why didn't I sit? How am I supposed to sit? I've got a fucking chain prisoner chasing me. There's a DLC caster somewhere. Oh! This is not good. This is definitely a dark sign angle. Wait, I need to activate the elevator though. Fuck, I didn't activate the elevator. Oh my god, the channeler fucking buffed them up. What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm fucking looting the items, bro. Yeah, CB. I mean, we could leave the Gwyn soul to feed the Framt. How much do you get from the Gwyn soul if you feed it? Like 60,000 or 50,000 or something? 40? So it pops for 20 normally? I feel like I would still rather have the levels early on right now. So we could either buy the BKH, or not the BKH, the Black Knight sword, but the problem is our armor is so heavy. And I don't know if... I don't think this guy had like any armor that he sold. No.
Come again.
I mean, we already checked Andre. Yo, what's up, Mitch? Yeah, you can just drop like right here. It's kind of nice.
Sister Fister. Damn, that guy kind of hurts.
I don't want to get toxic. Not sure if I have enough resist.
Welcome home, Mission 1.
Skeleton's going crazy. Ugh, damage is not great.
The sister fister.
Bro, who are you? Bro, what the fuck is going on? Who are these enemies? And where are they fucking coming from? Don't really like this. Will that green... Will the tree always drop green Titanite shard? So... I believe the enemy types get randomized loot table. Oh god. Yeah, the enemies will get a randomized loot. So it could be something good or it could be something bad, but they will like always drop that specific item, I think. Alright, please have something good for me. Some souls. Not good souls. He has infinite large. Pretty cheap. Pretty crappy weapons. Lightweight gloves and legs. Ring of sack. No homeward bones though.
Thank you, Kai.
Salad kind of tested this. Got small titanite from the bush and on 6 S stock. Okay. I guess it's not only one item then. Alright, I'm just gonna loot these items, I think. I don't really want to loot the other half of Berg. The thing is, if we kill Taurus, we can just go down this ladder and then clear the other half anyways. So I think it's better just to do it in like in halves, I guess. We could actually loot these items up here. Not a single dragon bud? Oh, don't worry. They're probably waiting for me in Blight Town or some bullshit. Ugh. Yeah, just so bad. Kinda wanna just try to run past. Surely I'll be fine. Did I jump across here? Looting that item is probably cursed. I'm just gonna dark sign out. Armor, smith box. Oh, what should we do? Soon I will flush this rando. Yeah, I will. Because Resident Evil 9 is coming out. It just sucks that we don't have any homeward bones, man. Let's see what the Smo Hammer turns into. Large club plus 10. Damn.
Come back soon.
I'm fucking fat though. This was a mistake. $400. Oh, fuck. What have I done, dude? Why did I do this? Not even enough holes, dude. Fuck! Oh, this is so fucking ass, dude. Fuck, man. I can't get the club. I don't have enough fucking souls, and I used all my souls, dude. Dude, go up the fucking stairs. Holy shit. No, I sent you the files. Bubbles. Oh, this is miserable. No, we can get out of this, chat. It just really sucks. I need to go back to Firelink, rest, and then go back down, kill another Crystal Hollow, which will get us 800 souls, and then we can transform into the large club. I mean, it should only take another, like, minute or two. I don't know, this was my mistake. I didn't realize it costed souls to downgrade the weapon. Kick the Firelink NPC. That is gonna be a miserable time. Trust me. Cool walking challenge, thank you. Actually, yeah, punching is probably faster to get around. Okay.
Goodbye then.
I might go try to kill gargoyles with this weapon, I guess. We should try to kill a few bosses at least. I mean, this is a really good weapon. Get lighter pans from Undead Merchant. Yeah. I don't know if it would be enough anyways, though. Holy bonk. What is that damage? That's a plus 10 weapon, baby. The Duke Archives Seath gets turned into a random unique enemy bubbles, and after you kill it, it'll teleport you automatically, so you don't actually have to die. This boss is fucking bullshit. Oh my god, dude. I guess I should have boned out. For fuck's sakes, man. I guess I should have healed. I don't fucking know. Oh, this boss is so bullshit. The fucking dude, the tail attack is so ass. It just kills you so fast. would blocking have worked? Maybe I could have blocked the tail. I don't know. I think if I just instantly chugged an Estus, maybe I would have been okay. But his tail slam might have also knocked me off the roof anyways. I don't know, man. I don't know how to dodge that tail attack. That is... What a shame. Oh well. Can I cheese him like a no-hit? I don't know what that means. Oh man, that sucks, dude. That was like that was a good weapon too. I don't know. I don't know what I should have done there. Maybe I should have tried to get him to turn towards me instead.
Toilet bitch.
I mean, I did bait an attack, and I ran past him, and then he did the tail attack, and I died. Like, he was in the middle of doing the laser when I ran under his foot. Tentacle, whatever, you know what I mean. The hit was due to my jump? I don't think so.
Welcome home,
I have light roll. Amazing. It's insane how fast you feel. Like, you move so much faster when you have light roll. It's just, you never have it in this run. I already just lost it. Just by picking up a talisman. The fastest this could be beaten, I have no idea.
Very well. Now. Come again.
Ah, man, that last run was actually good. Like, I don't know, it's a shame, dude. Oh, fuck's sakes. Oh well.
Toilet bitch.
Okay. I don't understand how that getting up that ledge works. Armor smith box. Yippee! Wow, that level up put me at 0 souls. Kinda crazy. Oh, we got a really easy set of enemies here. That's great. Come on down, everybody. The little mushroom's just vibing. Ow. Dingy robe. Hey, buddy. Oh, good God. Can I just jump through him? Oh! I thought it was only gonna hit me once. What makes you pick up stuff after you get a nice equip? I mean, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like in the last run, we got the large club plus 10, and then I decided to fight bosses, and then Seath fucking killed me. You had a mace and quick roll. Yeah, but I don't really like fighting the bosses for 30 minutes straight doing fucking 20 damage. If I go up against a DLC boss with a fucking +0 mace, I'm gonna do nothing. I'm gonna do absolutely nothing.
Come back soon.
The thing is, rushing bosses is the best strat for this run, because if you rush bosses, you just get a ton of levels, and bosses are easily the most, like, bosses are the most consistent thing about this randomizer, right? For the most part. There's obviously a few exceptions, but like, the bosses are the easiest part of the rando. Obviously there's some fucked up situations, but at most of the time, fighting a boss for a while really isn't that bad. You're more likely to die going through the levels, like trying to kill the enemies. Yeah, Seath just killed me, and that's why I said there are some exceptions to that. I didn't say every single boss is super easy all of the time. But of course, you don't fucking listen! I have found the Lord Vessel a total of 2 times. And that's it. Oh, I mean, the RTSR could be Lord Vessel, but I'm most likely just gonna die if I try to go there. I need to kill the enemies there if I'm actually gonna loot that. I mean, the Lord Vessel could be anywhere. Any item pickup, any boss drop, any unique enemy drop. This guy could have the Lord Vessel. Oh god. But I cannot really kill him, so... Why is the purple Coward's Crystal listed on the stream UI? There's probably some key items that aren't really relevant, but I just have them all. We can get our longsword to +2. What is my equip load? 27.1. Feels like I'm actually sprinting pretty fast, even though I'm on mid-roll. I wonder how many different sprinting speeds there are. Man, the weapons in this run are not good. just not worth doing right now. Like, I want to. It is 10,000 souls, but god, this shit is just so slow. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Why did he not stagger there? Yeah, the golden items aren't always safe to pick up, though. Like, most of the time they are, but not always. Oh, this place is horrible. I mean, I picked up a golden item before and it was like a broken straight sword. Pretty sure. Ooh. That wasn't a golden one. No, I mean, this was like several days ago. Because I remember specifically, I was like, oh, golden items are always safe to pick up. And then I picked up something and it was, whatever it was fucking shit. Because it ruined my build. Maybe I'll go try to clear a bit of Berg out. Check the undead merchant. It's probably our best bet. The randomizer is just set to fair. We don't have any bias on. Holy shit, he's shaking the fucking... shaking everything. Oh, we're heavy. This is a good shield, though. Dude, holy crap. Bro, this area is fucking Gravelorded now? Wait, what? Is this... Fuck, man. I'm just running. Oh my good god. Red bone wheels, not fun. Oh, homeward bones, some souls. Infinite Titanite. Dark Hand. Light robe, light gloves, light helm.
Thank you, kind. Oh, back up.
I'm not gonna get ratted this time. Dude, are there red bone wheels down here? It's kind of chill, except for the DLC caster. Oh, good god. I'm gonna leave. I might just go upgrade this sword to +5. See if we have a better weapon here. Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ.
Don't get yourself.
Bill. Where's the hitbox for the fire? I don't know, man. Somewhere. I want to bait out his stomp. I don't know if being on this side makes it more likely. Oh my god. Fuck's sakes, dude. I hate this shit. Hey, it's 10,000 souls, though. I guess we can go try to kill Sif. I don't really know, chat. This run is kind of ass, or this seed. None of our merchants have any good weapons. We do have infinite Titanite at least, but not all we got going for us. What are the plans for after the DS1 runs? Well, Resident Evil 9 comes out in 3 days, so I mean, once Resident Evil 9 comes out, I will be done with the DS1 rando for a while. I mean, we'll come back to the DS1 rando at some point, but... I mean, I'm extremely excited for Resident Evil 9. Why is this enemy... Am I speedrunning RE9 on day 1? No. Of course not. I think we will probably... We'll probably do like 2 or maybe 3 playthroughs of the game, and then we'll start doing like routing, if I had to guess. Oh yeah, I actually have the crest on this run. Well, that's okay. Can you open the crest door from behind? I have been wondering about that, actually. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna do a permadeath run of RE9. I'm gonna do... Again, I'm probably gonna do 2 to 3 playthroughs, and then we'll start speedrun routing. That is my plan. I mean, speedrunning is literally permadeath anyways. Or at least, like, optimally. Slightly concerned about this. He's actually aligned his arms.
Touch the demon inside.
All right. Easy. Bed of Chaos shouldn't be in the rando. Why not? It's a boss. I mean, the thing is, if you're gonna get rid of Bed of Chaos, then you're just gonna get a duplicate boss at some point in the run. Most of the time, Bed of Chaos in this rando is pretty free. Not always, though. Bed is like a 30-second freebie. I mean, I almost died to Bed of Chaos when it was in the Nito arena. Can definitely still kill you. Most of the time it's pretty free though.
And he
I think one of the bosses is missing in each seed because both Super Ornstein and Super Smo are in the pool. You might be right. But the thing is, in the ONS fight, you also fight two bosses. Three variants of ONS. Yeah, that's true. Although, can you get Super Smo and Super Ornstein in one run, or is it not just one of the two? Hello, Opossum. I guess there's a chance that one boss is missing then. Unless there's an extra boss somewhere else in the run, but yeah, I guess you're right. Alright. There is one more item over here. This item can be kind of sketchy to pick up, though. We'll take a look. Our Slumbering Dragon Crest ring might make this okay to pick up. Doesn't seem too bad, actually. Oh, damn! The doll. I think that's the first time we've found the doll before. Alright. We could... I mean, the thing is, the weapon I have right now is not that great. Hold on, I'll be back in 1 sec. I might go to the Great Hollow. Alright, I'm back. Let's go down to fire, down to Great Hollow, I guess. I mean, or we could try to clear... We could try to do Gargs with this weapon. Not great. We do have 3 gold pine resin, though. Go to the tomb. Ah, dude, I really don't want to clear that area with this weapon. This longsword is just not that good. Do we have any... like, we don't have any cure for poison either. You guys overestimate the... like, how good the skull lantern is. Bro, no fucking shot, dude. I thought she died. Getting poisoned here anyways. Yeah, but I don't know, is this the same type of poison as in the swamp? Jesus.
I see.
Why is there always a dragon butt here? This is pretty chill. Just sucks that I'm gonna get poisoned twice, but that's okay. Ooh, Mask of the Mother. Oh, and we lost it. Stuff is dying. That's good. Wonder how much longer this poison's gonna last. A minute, maybe? Actually, kind of curious. How long is a full bar? It was just at 48. It's 3 minutes. Yeah, that seems about right. Oh, whoops. All right. First order of business is dropping in here. What is the fucking collision here is just so bad. Unbelievable. All right. Page key, that's good. Holy shit. Trying to remember the route that I was taking the other day. I don't know why I just healed there. Yeah, then it was here. Dude, no fucking way, man. God, this fucking game. Dude, this butterfly is gonna shit on me if I try to fucking climb this. Lovely. Just lovely. Lovely. Fucking lovely. The fucking never-ending Taurus. How the fuck did you get down here? Over here, please. Okay. Yeah, sure. Didn't even take damage on the way down. I know, right? I have no idea how much health this thing has. It's dying though. I know. I mean, I know I can kill it. Just for some reason you can't see the health bar. Okay. $400 souls. Yep, I'm rich. I said I was gonna die to butterfly if I climbed the ladder. Which is true. Where's the path I normally take here? I guess it's over here. I don't know. I think it's here. All right, let's try this again.
Oh.
Ooh, nice. Oh my. I almost just died. Black Knight Great Axe. Damn. That's good, but we don't have the stats to use it. We need 24 strength. Which we're only 4 off, but we also need 18 dex. We don't have enough souls for that, and honestly, I don't want to have to come back down here again, so... yeah. Game's giving me twinklies too. Where'd he go? I feel like I could get him to fall. This guy is such a menace, dude. Like, I can't... Oh, he was so close. You fucker. Oh god. Guy's an absolute fucking menace, man. Maybe he's stuck. He's not stuck. I need him to fall, dude. I'm just scared of trying to get him to this sucks, man. God damn it, dude. He's too good, dude. Come on, jump, 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 jump. Jump, jump. Oh my god, dude, he's unstoppable. Oh, finally, jeez. Okay. Ooh, usable weapon. I want to cut the tail of the dragon while I have a weapon that can actually do it. Because if I get an unusable weapon, can warp to the dragon when you get the Lord Vessel? Yeah, but not unless you rest at the bonfire and unlock it. Could I not just punch it? I mean, I could punch it, but it would take... I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's like damage based how quickly you cut the tail, so... punching the tail off would probably take like 300 hits. Hey, Dragon Hunter, thank you for the 107 months. Yeah, I'm not resting here. Yeah, I mean, I guess this bonfire is already lit, so maybe if you come down here, that activates the bonfire alone. I don't come down to Ash Lake very often, so I don't know. Alright, there's like 2 more items down here. Yeah, it looks like you can still walk further out there, but and there's absolutely no reason to even test that right now. Alright. There's only one item in this tree, right? Yeah, no, that's all. Alright. And then there's one more item over there. there rumor about RE9 demo, bro? RE9 comes out in like 3 days. The demo is not happening. Oh, I'm so excited for RE9 though. Anklet of the giant. We have the giant armor and the anklet of the... Oh, the Great Lord. I thought it was the Giant Lord. Alright, well... I think that's everything, chat. I think we got, everything in Great Hollow. Unless I missed something, but... I'm pretty sure we got everything. Successful Great Hollow. Let's go. Alright. I mean, this weapon's not bad. We could upgrade it. Oh yeah, let me upgrade the Estus. We could try to clear the way to Gargs. Man, I probably should have got to like 30 HP. Oh, the thing is, we're fat rolling. Yeah, some of the merchants had light armor. I guess we can go check Andre now. I don't remember. We didn't really get a good chance to check Andre that extensively.
Come again.
The trick to this rando is all in endurance. It's a trick. That's a good trick to get yourself killed. I mean, the thing is, the absolute worst thing that can happen to you in this run is getting a weapon that you can't use. Like, what? 100%, nothing else even comes close. Well, apart from getting overloaded, but that happens so infrequently. Like, you have to be really unlucky to get overloaded, at least if you have, like, 16 plus endurance, maybe like 18. Chain prisoner isn't gonna... 30,000 for a pair... Yeah, he has fucking nothing. That's great. I think I'm gonna clear the way to Gargs. I don't know if we should have upgraded this hammer. It's not that good of a weapon, but... Sell weapons. You can't sell stuff until you've killed gargoyles and Quelaag. Did I check the female merchant? Well, I wanted to, but... I don't know, man. Ella was saying that's cheating. I mean, he didn't say that exactly, but... Technically, you do need a key item. You do need a key item to get to the female undead merchant, normally. I think this guy's weak to fire at least. Oh god, a dragon butt. Maybe I can just slow walk through here, because the... Nope. Never mind. Oh my goodness. This is a nice set of enemies here. This is a real fun set of enemies here. Oh, is that a miss, dude? I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Fuck off. God. The fuck, man. Bro, you're gonna hit me in the head through the fucking wall. That's cool, dude. That's really cool. And I pressed the button again. Dude! What do I fucking do? This is so fucking ass. Oh my god. It's like 2 DLC enemies, a bone wheel, fucking 2 dark wraiths. Man, what the hell? Pretty sure there's a dragon butt up there too. I don't know. Fuck, I don't have like any heals left. Either. He's down below. Please not Seath or Manus. God. Gwyn. What is that, Centipede? That's doable. It's not that bad. Like, it could be better, but it could be a lot worse. Really like spamming that attack. Doing it again? Again? Damn. He's stuck in like a loop or something. No, the Lord Vessel can't be on an... As far as I know, the Lord Vessel cannot be in a tail, because you could potentially miss it. Somebody was saying you can get it from a crow trade, but that was just one guy in chat who probably didn't... Just confused. What's up, Salad? I kind of want to loot this place because I don't really want to clear this bullshit again. But we also have like none of our merchants have good weapons. Crow trades are fixed. Yeah, but the items that you trade to the crows are not. Like, you could sell the items that you trade to the crows. Black Knight Sword. That was a different run, I think. Dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me. He's stuck. No, he's not. Let's pop some more humanity, get some more defense. It's okay. I did not know he had a 3-hit combo. Hopefully we don't lose the hammer. I really don't want to loot this place again, or clear this place again though. I mean, I want to drop down, but there's a fucking bone wheel. Okay, maybe we just I'm just gonna fucking bone out. Fuck this. I didn't want to bone out, but I also don't want to die to a bone wheel. All right. And we still have the hammer, so that's good. I think we go down to Quelaag now, honestly. Hey, it's nice that we're already done with Great Hollow in this run, though. Honestly, going to Great Hollow early is kind of nice. There's a lot of items there. Not a bad strat. I don't feel like the Great Hollow is that dangerous, at least in terms of enemies. Obviously, your biggest issue is if there is a bad enemy there, he could potentially knock you off the branches. A lot of the enemies just fall to their death in the Great Hollow. And then you also get to enjoy the music of Ash Lake. That's the best part. I already used the Firekeeper Soul. Bro. I mean, you could use magic. The problem is there are way more melee weapons than there are spellcasting tools along with spells. Like, you're probably 4 to 5 times more likely to, Ooh, nice. Yeah, you're probably like 4 to 5 times more likely to actually get a melee weapon. So you can't... It's not really possible to level up melee stats and Inton Faith in this game. There's only like 3 or 2 offensive miracles in this game anyways. Almost nothing. Yeah, I want to loot the chest, but I don't really want to lose this hammer right now. Oh, bat rolling here is really ass, though. Leveling Faith to use the Crescent Axe. It's really not, to to be honest. Because it's like, what, 6 level ups to use one weapon, and that's it? And those stats could be put into health or endurance or strength or dex. Just not worth it. Yeah, it's not like the weapon's even that good either. Fire Sage, I mean, that's doable. It's not great, but... We're getting all the fucking fire-resistant bosses. Amazing. Thought he didn't resist fire. I think he does to like an extent. Oh, come on. I don't know, maybe this hammer just sucks. Just feel like it should be doing more damage. He's strike resistant? Oh, I guess that's what it is. The jump attack does a lot, at least. Slow and steady. I'm gonna get hit, aren't... Oh, no. Almost. Whoa, what a counter hit. Alright. Oh. Alright. Well, hand axe it is. Maybe it's a boss we can get to fall off for Ceaseless. It's a good weapon. Do we have we do have Titanite shards in this run. At least. I think they were from Undead Merchant, right? You want to see more Gwynwheel? I'm sure he'll make a return.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Hey, Brainy, thank you for the 15 months. The Abyss scaling rando, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I don't have any Firekeeper souls, chat. I use them both. We did not check Butterfly yet, no. Honestly, this run has been kind of bad RNG. I mean, we're alive, but like, all of our merchants kind of suck. Hey, Overlord Lopaka, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I think I've only seen a merchant with infinite twinklies like one time out of all the runs I've done. I feel like that's one of the best things because most of the best weapons, I feel like most of the best weapons are twinklies. Well, if it's 4 kings, I'm fucking out of here. You could probably get Artorias to fall off here. It'd just be kind of sketchy. I wonder if there's like some kind of strat you could do where like you can make their path, like make them just run off. Like if you were to stand, I don't know, just on a specific spot on the side here. Might not be a bad idea to try some and test that. Ceaseless Gwyn. Fucking straight, we're just getting all the demons. I mean, he jumps back. Or wait, no, does this guy jump back? I don't think he does. I think that's only Fire Sage, right? Does this guy jump back? I don't think he does. Oh, no, he does. Okay. Oh, okay, he jumps really fucking far back. Fucking jump, man. You're such a fucking rat, bro. Jump off the ledge. Oh, yes! All right. I guess we just get out of here. I don't think there's anything else for us to really loot, so... Well, there are some items before Fire Sage. It's just... We only have 2 Estus. I guess we could run down. Maybe it's the Lord Vessel. I mean, if we loot this right now, that'll save us a lot of time. I don't know, some of the items might not be lootable though. All we have is this hand axe. We do have gold pine resin, so... That's nice, at least. I'm just so slow. Go to catacombs, what with my basic fucking hand axe? Yeah, we already did all of Great Hollow and Ash Lake. We found a Firekeeper soul there. I think that was it, though. We do have the Peculiar Doll on this run, which is kind of nice. Found the Lord Vessel 5 times. No, I found it 2 times. 2 times total. That's it. Oh yeah, we did find the cage key. Yeah, that's nice. Hey, Shadowside. Ugh. This is not great, but... It's okay. We can bleed this guy. Oh, man. I knew I should have killed the fucking enemies first. There's a fucking dragon butt there. Alright, well, I'm not fucking with that dragon butt. We got most of the items, at least. Yeah, we have the one chest left there. I mean, I would have liked to loot it. If I had kept the flamberge, we probably could have done it, but the guardian tail is fucking unusable. This is like, but actually, wait, can you downgrade the guardian tail? I don't think you can, because it's, I mean, it's like it comes from the boss, but it's not a boss soul weapon. I don't know where to go now. We have, like, no fucking... Oh, wait, we could check the merchant here. I guess we'll do that. Wow, such good loot. He has unlimited large titanite for 1,000 each. Wow. Fantastic. Wait, can you use Lloyd's talismans to put mimics back to sleep? Does that work? I guess that's not a bad idea to buy some for that then, potentially. Yeah, this sucks.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, there was a great scythe down in Blighttown. We might have to go... Yeah, we might have to go back. We looted almost everything in the graveyard, except for like one item. The whip is really that bad, yeah. Oh, hey, there we go. Yeah, we looted everything in the graveyard. I think there's 2 items we didn't loot in the graveyard, but we got everything else. Whips are okay against... Or whips are okay in Elden Ring. They're actually pretty fucking good in Dark Souls 2 as well. In Dark Souls 2, you can get dual spotted whips, and those things, I was like shocked at how good they actually were. Or is it the old whip? I thought it was the spotted whip. I don't know. There's some really good whips in DS2 though. I think we just go to Sens and Anor Londo with this club. That's probably the play. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. And go to the painting. Yeah, we could do Painted World. That's kind of scary though. Because the thing is, once you enter the Painted World, you cannot leave until you kill the boss. If you do not have the Lord Vessel. You can just leave. Oh, well, if with Priscilla normally, maybe in the rando you can just walk past the boss too. Maybe it's like, I assumed in the rando it's might be different, but maybe the boss stays unaggroed in the rando as well. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Let's go to Anor Londo. Although we are a bit low on Titanite shards. You know what? I think I'm gonna go check what Taurus is. And then we could go to the Undead Merchant and get a few more Titanite shards. I think that's a good idea. Because I kind of, if I'm looting stuff in Sense for in Anor Londo, I can upgrade with the giant blacksmith, but I need Titanite to do that. Yeah, we already killed the Hellkite Drake. Oh, Strike is so good against the crystal enemies. Good to leave some loot at the graveyard for emergencies. Is it? Maybe. Kind of want to go kill the Hydra and see what Dusk has. I kind of want to kill Taurus first. While I have an upgraded weapon. You have shops for emergencies? I mean, sometimes. In this run, we have fucking almost nothing. The only weapon that we have from a single merchant at the moment is a Great Scythe from Shiva. And that's it. That's all we have. As like a backup weapon. Also, there's a fucking Hydra on the bridge. That's not good. Probably fine. Oh god. Probably should have checked the tower. That could have been bad. Oh my god, that scared me. I want a gold pine resin, so I kill this in one cycle, hopefully. Dude, fucking come down. It's gotta be soon, right? Oh my god, man. I feel like there's a spot where you can hit. Oh. Come on, just come down. the thing is, am I even gonna be able to... Am I gonna be able to go down this bridge? I guess. Gonna take a little while, but... Yo, Lepa, thanks for the raid, man. What's up, buddy? Okay, man. It's so ass. How did your runs go, Lepa? Oh, god dang it. I guess I should just stay closer. And just block. Low and steady. Okay. Gonna die? No, it's fine. Dude, I'm blocking, man! This is fucking awful, man. It's just the way that the heads move is so random every time. What if I stay in this corner? Well, just give me 5 more minutes. My corner strats are failing. I should just hit the one in the back there. And I don't understand how does the tracking work? Is that a double hit? Whoa. Alright, let's see if we can use these Lloyd's talismans that we bought. Go back to bed. Guys, I don't think it works. Oh, wait. No. I've been scammed. Oh, you do what you gotta do. Okay. I'm gonna go down the ladder first, I think. Oh, we need to go buy more Titanite shards. Open the gate. All right. I think I'm just gonna max out on Titanite here. Does have the dark hand, but maybe buy a few more bones too while we're at it.
Thank you, kind.
All right. Honestly, I kind of liked having the poise a little bit. Maybe I probably could have bought the leather armor instead, and I still would have been mid-roll. Oh well, it's okay. There's a hood. Yeah, I don't really want to buy that at the moment. I'm okay with just mid-rolling. Let's see, what is the unique enemy here? Lord Vessel. Ah, unusable weapon. That's good. That's nice. Honestly, we should have used the reinforced club to clear out the second half of the Berg. I think there's one more item up here that I didn't loot. It's annoying you can't really use spells. Yeah, you just can't get enough stats. It's just... melee weapons have such high stat requirements in this. There's also barely any spell casting tools, so... like, I mean, how many total stabs and catalysts are there? Stabs and seals. It's like, there's like 10 in the game. Meanwhile, there's, I don't know, like 100 melee weapons or something. Okay, we need to be careful here. We could probably run up. Loot the item that's up here. I feel like this might have been a bad idea. Okay, well... that could have been bad. If that dog interrupted me there, I don't know. That could have been really bad. I mean, it was just a mushroom down there, but still. This kind of sucks. I mean, there's a few items in Enerlando we could probably loot. What am I doing? What am I actually fucking doing? Oh my god, what am I doing, dude? I'm so stupid. Why did I thought I could make it. I don't know, I'm so dumb. Fuck, I was not expecting to get that was stupid, man. I just panicked. I just panicked because the fucking channeler shot at me, and that was just really fucking dumb. I don't know what I was doing. That was such a stupid death. Yeah, that run kind of sucked. We can check where the Lord Vessel was, sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we had like no good weapons at the vendors. Still though, I mean, I would have liked to keep the run going, but oh well, it is what it is. God, that was so dumb. Fuck, dude. Well, it was not in the greatest of spots. It was in Upper Blight Town. Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. The thing is, this is probably going to be one of like the last places that I go to. There's the weaponsmith box. Duke Archives Special Picasa #2 drop. So it's after the Lord Vessel. I mean, yeah. At least that wasn't like a god run. Trust me, I didn't want to fucking die, but the merchants in that run kind of sucked, and the Lord Vessel was in a terrible spot, so not the biggest loss. How do we know you're not checking that on the second monitor? I mean, you don't, but kind of take away the fun of finding it if you just cheat. It's not like there's anything on the line here. There's no like you're just cheating yourself if you do that.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog.
Yeah, I'm actually cheating. I know exactly where the Lord Vessel is, but I'm looting every single item except the Lord Vessel so I can save it for last. That's the strat. The reverse cheat. What's up, Pepperidge? Okay. Fine, this guy can actually fit through the walkway, thankfully. So hard to strafe this guy. I think we're fat. Yeah. I'm gonna take a look at the graveyard. Oh, come on. I'm not gonna kill this guy. Alright. That scissor guy is gonna fucking one-shot me. I'm not fucking with that. The pickaxe actually isn't that bad. I mean, we could kick the scissor guy off the ledge. But if I miss a kick, he's probably gonna kill me. Bro, double gold coin? What the fuck is this?
Oh, that's good. Very well.
Chest in the center of Firelink doesn't have anything in it. Okay, this is better. Dragon Tooth on this vendor. It's pretty high strength, but that's good. Yeah, it's in case you lose a key item. Exactly.
Welcome home, Russian one.
Oh, I just fucking ate it. I was trying to do the frame perfect dupe and I fucking ate my blessing. God damn. God, it's so hard to do it on 60 FPS. If you press the use item button, the frame that you pop the soul, you can dupe it. It's really hard though, because it's frame perfect on 60 FPS. I don't mind going for that dupe because it's so hard to do that I feel like if you can hit a frame perfect trick, you deserve a little bit of extra souls. I've checked the chest, bro. There's nothing in there. It's just closed in the rando for some reason. I mean, even if you hit the dupe chat, at best you're just getting, you know, double the amount of souls. It's
Come back soon.
not that big of a deal, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, the best strat for the rando... Oh, okay, well... That's annoying. I think we need to go kill some bosses now. Time to boss for... Yeah. I don't know, it's a good weapon. It almost annoys me when I pick up a good weapon because then I just... I feel like I... Yeah, I just don't, I don't really want to pick this stuff up because... It's just not really worth it. I don't know, it's so tough. It's so tough to say. Because, I mean, if you have good merchants, you'll generally have enough weapons. Well, at the very least, I think we should just go to gargoyles and try to clear the way there. It saves you so much time if you loot items as you go through the area. Fucking away, dude. Why did that roll go so far? I go flying, man. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up, Lepa. Oh my god, dude. I didn't want to get fucking comboed out by the Dark Wraith. And the problem was he was right on the ledge, so I couldn't... I don't know. I guess I was greedy, though. I wanted to chain backstab him, but I couldn't because he was right on the ledge. I probably should have just baited him out, though. So I didn't think that roll would send me... I didn't think that roll would send me that far. I don't know. Guess I'm just being dumb. Whatever, we were only 11 minutes in. Let's see, yeah, where was the Lord Vessel in this run? I don't really care to check if it was like a really short run, but let's just see. Well, that's great. Fine, that would have been too easy. That would have been too easy, man. Give me another one in the catacombs. It just rolled off. Hey, it was really close though. I almost didn't fall. I'm surprised that mid-roll sent me so far though. I don't know if I got like extra distance because I rolled off of a ledge. Because you actually do get more roll distance when you roll off of a ledge in this game, if you didn't know. Like, after you pick up the red tearstone ring, for example, if you roll at the right if you roll at the right positioning relative to the ledge, you get like a super roll. You go like flying out super far. Talking about death. Dude, that was like 2 minutes ago, man. All right, I'm just explaining. Oh god. Is that fucking Gwendolyn? That's not good. Gwendolyn is fine as long as I don't instantly die. Mushrooms. Mushrooms are actually such good healing. Would I do this run if I wasn't a streamer? I mean, no, I don't think so. Oh, there goes my helm. All right, let's check the graveyard. What's the rat got? Oh, that's good. Oh. More pants. This is the first time I've seen the Gravelord sword. Could try to use it. It's not a bad weapon. (16 strength). All we need. I mean, it's 280 damage. That's pretty fucking good. Except for the fat roll. We're not that far off from avoiding fat roll, though. Alright. Yeah, there was like an any % run that used this weapon. Plus 10 base weapon will be better. Can you downgrade this thing? The streamer was a fat shamer. I have done no fat shaming.
Come back soon.
Oh, this rat. For sakes. He's probably gonna fall off the cliff and make me lose my Gravelord sword. Just hit Gargs immediately. I mean, how do I get to Gargs, though? Like, this is the safest way to Gargs. Otherwise, I have to clear all of Undead Burg and go to Taurus. Maybe he won't fall. And it's crazy, though, that I've never seen this weapon yet. It's bad luck, I guess. Try heavy attack. I'm okay.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Hey, Slim Shifty, thank you for the sub. Actually, let's see. We have a bonfire here anyways. Doesn't seem like it inflicts toxic. This thing a major pain to upgrade? I don't know. Good thing you didn't drop a weapon. They might be a bit lighter. Oh yeah, almost. Four red chunks. What's with the 40 key icons? Those are all the keys that you need to pick up. Well, you don't actually need all of them. We could probably simplify the key item overlay on the stream. I mean, it's transparent, so I feel like it's not that. I don't feel like it's that distracting or anything. Yo, Mox, thank you for the tier 3 65 months, man. What's up, buddy? Slim Shifty, thank you for the sub. Meat Pouch, thank you for the bits. Secretion, thank you for the 50 months.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Yo, Michaela, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you. Come on, Andre, give me some souls. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Andy has Titanite shards for 1,000, though. Hey, a Great Club and a Gargoyle Tail Axe. That's good. That's fucking usable, at least. That last run that we had going and we died in Sens, like, the merchants were all so bad. They just had nothing. No upgrade materials, no weapons, just a bunch of junk. Honestly, the poison throwing knives can actually come in handy. No. If only we had a demon titanite. Hey, Edmeister, thank you for the prime sub. Alright, we should be able to mid-roll now. Nice. Oh yeah, wait, can you downgrade the demon hammer? I don't think so. Man, why does it have to be... Ugh. How am I not... I guess it staggers at least. Oh my god, dude.
Majestic.
Alright, this is a pretty chill hollow room, though. Not scared anymore of the worms. I mean, I kind of am. But if you, I mean, if you have a... It depends on, like, what your weapon's moveset is, I guess. As long as you swing the moment the egg dies, you can kill all the worms, like, as they spawn in. Oh my god, I think it's Seath again. Maybe Butterfly? Oh, jeez. It's weird, he lands so early. Oh, well, that was easy. He lands quicker if you're doing damage to him? Oh. I didn't know that. Why can you encounter butterfly outside of a boss fight? There's butterflies in the crystal caves before Seath. Dragon Greatsword. I mean, that could be good, like, late in the run, but 24 weight is kinda... I don't know. I kind of want to loot this area so I don't have to clear this again, but the enemies were not that bad. I don't think clearing it again is that... isn't that much of an issue. Hey, gold pine resin. I think I'm gonna go see what, I'm gonna go see what Taurus is, maybe clear the bridge and go to the Undead Merchant through that pathway. I don't know if doing Taurus early on is really... Well, I guess we could actually go do Sif. Yeah, maybe go do Sif, just for the level ups. No, we'll probably still go to Great Hollow. I want to kill some bosses with this weapon at least, because this weapon is actually pretty fucking good. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I will be right back. Alright, let's go see what Sif is. I wish we had Demon Titanite. Maybe the merchant will sell some though. Actually, I guess we do Taurus. I don't know if we should do Taurus and then go. And then go to Sif. It might just be better to clear the path. Or like go to Berg from Firelink. I'm not muted. Very funny. How do I know? It's almost like I can see if my mic is working or not. Well, at least if we kill Taurus, we'll get a homeward bone. We don't have any bones yet. Maybe we can get a Demon Titanite drop from... the lizard up here? I think it could be any upgrade material, so it's possible. Hey Lars. Thanks, man. That's great. I'm gonna kill this guy and hope he doesn't drop a weapon. He's gonna just... I can't. I don't want to fight the fucking shroom. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what to do, man. Oh. Good God. It's fine. This guy's stuck on the shroom. Ugh. See you later, Trance. Ah, fucking ceaseless. I don't even think I can do ceaseless right now. He's gonna one-shot me. Alright, I'm just gonna quit out. I mean, I could Dark Sign and lose my souls and run back. I'm just... I just want to go to Sif. I mean, I'm never gonna quit out to save myself from dying. But I wasn't gonna die there, I just didn't. I mean, I guess I saved myself 5,000 souls. But... can kill him. It's just gonna take a moment. Oh wait, we got this guy killed before by going over here. Come on. Oh my god, he almost just killed me. Please no weapon drop. Thank you. I'm fat now, though. I'm fat by fucking 0.1. Ah. I guess we can check dusk. Maybe Dusk will sell some armor. Get a new hat? I would love to. Am I gonna play any RE before the new one comes out Thursday? Yeah, I think so. I mean, the thing is, this DS1 rando takes... like, finishing a run of this, a full run, especially if you don't get a good Lord vessel spawn, takes, I don't know, like 15 hours if I had to guess. Like, we don't even really have enough time. Like, maybe I'll try to get, like, one more run going tomorrow, but I don't know, we're not gonna have enough time to, like, finish the run before RE9, so... We're, probably gonna just do Resident Evil, like, the day before RE9 comes out. Or maybe starting tomorrow, we'll do Resident Evil. I mean, depending on if we have a run going by the end of today or not, I suppose. Maiden robe.
If there weren't,
Did that save me? 2.7. 2.0. Alright, I'm buying it.
if there weren't,
I want a mid-roll. I mean, even if we don't manage to finish this before RE9 comes out, I definitely want to come back to this, you know, after the RE9 hype dies down. Yeah, we'll probably come back to this in like a month or two. I mean, I'll probably be busy with RE9 for, yeah, like a month, maybe two, depending on if the speedrun is fun. Talking about surrendering? No, I mean, I only stream like 8 hours a day. I could stream more, but I mean, I'll definitely be streaming. I'll be doing like long streams when RE9 comes out. But I mean, this rando is fun, but it's also kind of exhausting. Especially when you're like losing runs constantly. If you actually have a run going, it's a bit different. Yeah, this rando just takes so long, which is not a bad thing. I mean, it's fun. It's just, yeah, I've explained myself at this point. Nothing else to be said. Could be done by now, but I threw. Yeah. Same thing with everybody else who's doing this challenge. Hey, what is that? Oh, Sanctuary Guardian. He's back. What am I doing, dude? No fucking way! Oh my god, I thought... Dude! Fuck! Should have just healed twice. I thought... I guess I don't have light roll. I guess I don't have light roll. I fucking dodged too early. Oh my god, dude. Fuck's sakes. I'm actually pissed about that one. I just got shit on, dude. Fuck, man. Oh, if I just healed twice, I could have just tanked it, I guess. I don't know. I thought the roll would get me out of the way of it, but I guess I rolled too early. It was just awkward because I was like mid heal. Just the timing of everything. Oh well. Oh well. We go again. We go again. That was such a bad death, man. That was a skill issue death. I went for that one punish. I went for that one punish when I knew I shouldn't have, after he did the roar. And then of course he does the 4-hit combo and I'm out of stamina. So he gets me to like half health, like unavoidable. I couldn't even avoid his combo. Pretty sure he counter hit me as well. should have saved and quit. Yeah.
Regrettably.
Bro, chill. Oh my god. Just let me punch you. Thank you. Ooh, a purple moss clump. Actually light rolling, yeah. I mean, okay, you know what? I'm gonna take this dark hand straight to the Berg. We're gonna go check the merchant right away. Assuming it's not super giga shit. Double vagrant. Pretty chill enemies down there. What do we got? Some souls. Some humanities. Chunk. Holy rings. Wow. A lot of rings. The Lucerne.
Thank you, kind.
Okay. The very good carving.
Go.
Enemies down there. Guess I'm gonna loot some of these items. Maybe I should just kill stuff with the dark hand. I don't know, but I want to loot this stuff since we did kill a fair amount of enemies already. We could definitely go down and kill these guys, though. This is actually not that bad of a layout. Oh my god, he's fucking poking me. Okay, okay, it's fine. Stop being stupid. Everything's fine. I want to backstab you, dude. Come over here. Dude, I can't even kill this enemy anymore. Maybe I can. Okay. There goes my light roll. Yeah. And there goes my weapon. It's okay though, we can get the stats to use this weapon. There's 2 more items we can loot here. Ooh, the orange charred ring. Alright, well, at least we looted everything in Berg, at the front part of the Berg. We still need to loot the second half, but that's okay. Alright, watch this, guys. I'm gonna fuck this guy up with my foot. This guy only shoot arrows? I guess so. Alright. Looking good. We still have all of Firelink's loot, too. Oh, no. No, you can't downgrade this weapon. I'm scared I'm gonna find a heavy shield. Hopefully not.
Very well. Now.
Holy souls! Enchanted falchion as well?
Come again.
How heavy are my gloves? 4 points.
Come again.
Oh, I'm so heavy. If I pick up a heavy shield, I'm actually fucked. Oh my god, I'm getting fatter and fatter. This is not good. Oh, okay. Saved. Repair box. All right. Healing, then resting. Yeah, I was trying to do a dupe. I don't know if you can frame perfect dupe the boss souls or not, though. I haven't been really watching any anime. I watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That was a good show. Really short, but... Oh, God. Yeah, I saw Chernobyl. Chernobyl was good. This might be a dark sign angle. Maybe not. I'm feeling like I'm going to get myself killed. I'm kind of scared.
Come back soon.
No, we're fine. Oh. It's back. It's back, baby. Redemption. Oh god, do not fucking replace my... Okay, thank you. Where did we pick up the Gravelord sword last run? It wasn't in the exact same spot, right? Surely we haven't... I don't think we... I would feel really dumb if I forgot to reset the item rando, but I got it in Firelink. Okay. I honestly couldn't remember where I picked it up. Alright, come on, just give me a... If this... There's been so many runs, it's hard to keep track. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Demon Titanite! Not quite. Hey, 10,000 souls here. I'll take it. We can kill this guy pretty quickly at least, too. RNG. Only forgiving part of this challenge. Yeah, Hellkite is pretty buggy. Yeah, well, it's just his fire attack. Oh my god. He's got an infinite... Oh, he's got the doll? He's got an infinite large and infinite titanite. That's really good. Oh my god, and unlimited green blossoms. Thing is, though, does he even have... He has no weapons, though. I don't think you can get infinite shrooms. Alright, I'm just gonna pump health. Pop some humanity for some extra defense. It's not much. Really doesn't amount to that much, but it's better than nothing. This guy. I'm just gonna put out here. I could go all the way down to Firelink and then rest and then come back up the elevator to accomplish the same thing. But I don't want to. It's not like there's anything on the way, it's just wastes a lot of your time. Holy. Look at this fucking pile. Great. Fantastic. What the fuck are you doing? Should be fine. I hate that attack so much. All right, nice. What's up, Kriskies? This is the same mod for DS2. I mean, it's similar, but I mean, every randomizer is slightly different in terms of like customization and settings and everything. Chunk. Let's see, the gloves, it's 4.5 for gloves plus pants. What are my gloves and pants? 4.6. 7.8. Just trying to think if I could get light roll, but I can't. It sucks we have no homeward bones, though. I think we're gonna go down to Sif now. Dark sign is fine. I mean, why though? Why would I dark sign? God, chill, dude. You're not coming back, just buy the armor. I mean, you're probably right, but there's no point in buying the armor unless it's going to give me the light roll. All it's going to do is just reduce my defense. That's it. Hold on, we need to kindle. Yeah, we didn't do auto-equip with the Dark Souls 2 rando. Might have enabled me to light roll later. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, mid-roll is fine, though. Hey, Coffee Dude, thank you for the Prime sub. Ricardo, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Also, Raging Kane, thank you for the 5 gifted. Edmeister, Luminaire, Shrugma, Northwind Ravens, Super Babao, Make Me Wanna Quack, thank you guys for all the subs. What do you need to kindle further? Just humanity. I will be playing Resident Evil 9 when it comes out. I'm not gonna skip RE9 to torture myself with this. I mean, I know a lot of people are enjoying this challenge, but I have been excited for Resident Evil 9 for a very long time now. I doing Grace first person? My plan is just to do it in the order that, or the way that the devs intended it. I think Grace is supposed to be in first person and Leon is in third. So I'm probably just going to do that for my first playthrough. And then for my second playthrough, I'll probably just do... I mean, maybe I'll do Leon in first person and Grace in third. Maybe I'll just switch the two. Why are they making it different? Well, I think the idea is that Grace's section is supposed to be more horror focused. And I mean, first person is definitely just better for horror games. I'll be streaming RE9 in the morning on the 27th. I'm not playing it at midnight or anything like that. It's not worth it. I'm not trying to ruin my sleep schedule to play a game 7 hours early. Yeah, I'll probably start... I'll probably try to start my stream like early in the morning on Friday. It might be at like 6 or 7 a.m. my time, if I had to guess. I'll probably wake up really early because I'm excited to play it. Check. Can you not do Leon in first person? I assume you can do either for both, but... It's Calamite. Damage is not bad. How do you avoid that neck swipe when he does it from that angle? I actually have no idea. I guess you just roll really late. I guess rolling late works. That was almost bad. Oh my god, I'm surprised he didn't hit me there. Couldn't really tell what he was doing. I should have rolled though. attacks. We like spamming that attack. Oh, fuck. Could have used a humanity here, I just don't have them equipped. I hate when he does that, like, that neck fight. Nice. Breaks hard. Amazing weapon drop. That is not true. I mean, Drake's Sword's okay. It's not terrible. It's not that good, though, either. Oh my good God. Oh, dude, the fucking Brave Lord is so bad. I'm gonna go loot the item down here first. I mean, the Gravelord only lasts for 10 minutes, so It's not bad. I get the Flame Ember and the Divine Ember. Yeah, so this randomizer makes it so every 10 minutes, a random map in the game gets gravelorded, basically.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
How far did these guys chase you? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Oh man, that sucks though. I like... Oh, whatever, man. Upgrade the weapon. I don't feel like it's worth upgrading this thing. I mean, I feel like I was gonna die there. The problem is there's a red phantom channeler. That channeler, if that's a channeler from Duke's Archives, he's gonna kill me in one hit. And I'm not even fucking kidding. And I'm fat again.
Come again.
Saved. I'll be back in 1 second. Alright. Let's go kill this bitch. Oh, sorry.
You leave me no choice.
Actually, we should probably just go down to Quelaag with the Drake sword. I mean, the Drake sword's not amazing, but it's okay enough, I guess. Maybe it'll be an easy boss. You don't need that much. Yeah, it's just more so, it's some of these bosses, like bosses in this game aren't that hard, and yeah, you can just run past them, like, my god. You can just run past, you can run past these enemies. You can kill any boss, it's just fighting a boss for 15 or 20 minutes straight is kind of awful. I meant to say. Alright, just got a little scared there. Yeah, we have still... What does this guy drop? Dragon scale. That's nice. Only Shiva was here. Oh well. We have a purple blossom. I don't know if I want to use it though. Might save that for when I go to Great Hollow. I still want to go to Great Hollow. Maybe after we kill Quelaag, we'll go to Great Hollow. Alright, what's it gonna be? Bro, I didn't even hear it! And this is fine, we just need to wait for him to slowly fucking get over here. Is he stuck on the skeletons? Oh, there he goes. Oh yeah, we have green blossoms, don't we? Honestly, they should make it... Fifth match should have made it so the skeletons automatically aggro to you when this fight starts. I mean, it would have been complete fucking bullshit. probably shouldn't block that. This fight's gonna take a little while. I mean, it's not gonna take that long. At least we can do 4 hits. And we have Green Blossom. Is he still gonna hit me? It actually doesn't have that big of melee. Wish he was harder. Honestly, most of the bosses in this rando are not the hard part. There's a few exceptions to that. Mainly because of boss arena. What am I doing, dude? All those bones explode. I wonder if you can get Nito in like Capra Arena. Sure, dude, imagine Nito in Butterfly Arena. Like, what the fuck would that be like? Yeah, there's a randomizer for Sekiro. It's, yeah, there's not really that many. There's like a few key items that you need to find, but that's about it. We got access to Sins. We got a Homeward Bone. Hopefully we can kill Ceaseless, because then we'll have 2 Homeward Bones. This is the run? Probably not, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. Why not? I mean, the odds... We've died 105 times already. That's all I'm gonna say. Would it be possible to get all the Lord Souls in Bessel and Berg? Yeah, but the thing is, for this run, we... Oh, we can get... We can get this guy to fall off. Although it's kind of scary. Fuck it. YOLO. Actually, wait. He has, like, no health. I guess we could just kill him. Sword's not actually that bad. He might fall down anyways. Oh. Alright, dude, stop fucking spitting lightning at me. Ah! Yeah, of course. Right. Oh, fucking unavoidable, dude. Jesus Christ. I'm so fucking annoying. Thank you. I'm not leaving, chat. What do we got? Pursuers. Alright. I always underestimate him, yeah. I don't know, I feel like we should just loot, but the problem is I have no healing. Because I'm bad. I got hit so much. I don't want to find a Titanite weapon. I guess it's not really going to be that much better than the Drake sword, though, at +5. I guess I will just bone. I don't know. I'm so indecisive. I can't go to Hollow with no Estus. Just not. Especially unupgraded Estus. We do still have the enchanted falchion at this dude. I think the undead merchant has the lucerne. I should almost like take notes. Just so I remember where stuff is. Not on notepad. Kind of want to loot the items up here. This area was not that bad from what I remember. Yeah, the R2 on this weapon is actually pretty nice. It just uses a ton of stamina. Oh, for fuck's sakes, the scissor guys here. Okay, he's weak. Alright, what do we got? Come on, Lord Vessel, baby. Twinklies? How many Twinklies do we have? 3? That's good. Is there an item in that barrel? Isn't that what I just looted? Or wait, did I guess he fell out of the barrel at some point earlier. One of the enemies must have... Because I didn't destroy the barrel, which I normally would. I guess he, like, fell out of it before. Alright, well, we can upgrade the Uchi and just use that, I guess. It's not bad. Finding the large ember would be super good. Could be anywhere, though. Finding the large ember is just as unlikely as the Lord Vessel. I think I looted Firelink. I don't think I looted the Valley of Drakes. Because I picked up the Gravelord sword in the Valley of Drakes, and then I stopped. Then I stopped looting. I do still kind of want to go down to Great Hollow, though. Hey, Maester Elf, thank you for the 30 months.
I like.
All right, down to the Great Hollow. Let's do it. We have 5 humanities at least. I don't want to pick up that item. I don't want to lose my weapon. Not kindling more. 10 is the max. I don't think you can drop Lord Vessel. Yeah, this weapon is not that great. If you can bleed, it's good. Oh, this guy fell again. Alright, this is okay. Oh, okay. Let's just go loot this chest. Is RE9 on Friday? I don't know. I don't think they're doing early access. But yes, it's on, well, I mean, it's on Friday. I don't know if I'm getting early access. I don't think they are doing early access. View the depths. Neo 3 incident. Yeah, I probably won't be getting early access from the Neo devs, but that's okay. What's up, Yui? Great. Bad for Great Hollow isn't good. Yeah, it's not great. There's a DLC lady. All right, it's all good. All good. The washing pole. Ah, dude. Don't do this to me, game. I feel like I've been like missing an item, but I think we're fine. Is that a toxic guy, dude? I hope not. I don't think so. Okay, better shield. Nice. There's a dragon butt. Holy shit. This is not good, guys. I mean, this sucks, but I feel like this is the best play, even though it's really, really tedious and annoying. I guess we could pop a blossom. Where are you? I am hitting him sometimes, not always. I guess attacking at this angle is better. I think I'm hitting it in its head. We're almost there. Who's down there? A dragon butt. A dragon butt that is going to send me flying. If I was not an hour and a half in, I would probably just YOLO this. Oh my god, I thought the game was just gonna kill me there. Jesus Christ, the fucking collision. This guy's weak. Oh, that's great. That's lovely. Surely he won't. Fucking god, dude. It's fine. Everything's fine. And Sanctuary Guardians here again. lead him? There's probably a better way to get this guy to fall off. Thing is, this guy drops an item, chat. What is he doing, dude? Hello? There we go. All right. No fucking way, dude. That's great. No fucking leggings, bro. If I get heavy gloves, I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm gonna cut the tail. We have one homeward bone. What are we gonna get? Scimitar, okay. War pick. Alright, well, nothing. Nothing good down here, sadly. Nothing good at all. Okay. Well, we could check the merchant here now. Where can I buy bones? Nowhere. Fucking nowhere. Maybe this merchant up here will have some. Oh yeah, wait, do we have the basement key? Oh yeah. This guy will probably sell a helmet. Oh, okay, that's fine then. No homeward bones either. That's great. Fantastic. An occult club is good.
Thank you.
Fuck, I didn't aggro this guy. You coming back? Coming back. Come on. Go. Fucking go down, dude. What are you doing? Alright, well... maybe it's time to go to... Sen's Fortress, I guess. Dude, I need a fucking helmet. I need a helmet. You know, there is the item that Law Trick dropped. I guess I can check it. Kind of forgot about that. Maybe Law Trick will save the day. I'll take some fire bombs, I guess. No, we do still have some... Maybe we should go... Yeah, maybe I'll do another run through the valley, since we did leave items there. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, we looted everything in Great Hollow and Ash Lake. We didn't loot everything in Blighttown, though. Or, like, Lower Blighttown. Dude, the Lower Blighttown is absolutely fucked for looting. Like, there are so many enemies. Wait, what did this merchant sell? Did he sell any armor?
Come back soon.
Because we looted the Gravelord sword here, and then we stopped looting after that, I think. So all the items over here should still be good. I mean, we could buy a helm, but we have items we can pick up. Like, we might get saved by these items. Okay, dude. Fuck this game, man. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to fucking throw away my humanity, I think. This is so fucking ass. You know what? If we go trade it for the club, we might have to go back and buy the enchanted falchion. I don't know, is this ghost gonna kill me though? I mean, can I loot the item? I can probably just poise through it though, right? No? Not the grab. I don't want a dark sign, chat. Well, I have no choice. Ah, for fuck's sake. Do I have blue Titanite chunk? I do. Alright, well, we're buying the Enchanted Falchion and we're killing bosses. Could have walked back. Yeah, it would have taken so fucking long. But yeah, I guess I could have walked back to Firelink.
Come again.
Wait, how, oh, it's 7,500. Oh, this weapon can be downgraded. Oh, fuck, you're right. I should have just walked back and downgraded it. Fuck, what am I doing, dude? Ah, I needed to walk back anyways. Seven bombs. The thing is, fire bombs don't work against the ghosts for some reason. I mean, they can work, but they're like buggy. No, I mean, the humanity defenses are not that... I don't think it actually matters that much. We don't even have homeward bones anyways, so we were probably gonna lose the humanity at some point. Yeah, I totally forgot that I can downgrade this weapon. That should have been my first thought when I got it. Oh well, though. Alright, hopefully it's a good weapon. Great Club plus 10. Woo, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Ah, fuck the souls, whatever, man. You don't have any humanity now anyways? Alright, I think we need to go to the Undead Bird Merchant and actually buy the armor there. Oh, the damage. Yes. Woo! Oh. Okay. Ow.
Toilet bitch.
can't you?
Saved. We're still fat though. We need to buy like a chest piece or something so we stop fat rolling. I guess the black leather armor.
Thank you, kind.
Alright. We're back to mid-roll. Let's go! Alright, let's go kill some fucking bosses. I might go check what butterfly is. I think Taurus Demon was ceaseless in this run. I didn't finish the run. No. Oh man, I love the Great Club and the Large Club. They're both so fucking good. Oh, it's beautiful. Dude, why is there all... Oh, actually, wait, no, it's fine. It's fine. If we go to the side here, he doesn't... Oh, it's a gargoyle. Easy. Talisman. All right. I don't know if it's worth keeping like 10,000 souls is that important, but... Bro, why is this guy blocking the way? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I'm just gonna go kill the boss in the boss in Sen's Fortress and Anor Londo, I think. This weapon is really fucking good, so it's not worth throwing it away right now. Yeah, Painted World is really scary, though. I haven't even been there in the rando yet, but I just know it's going to be. Because there's so many enemies there. But we could try it. Oh, this... I think he has Elizabeth mushrooms, right?
Oi, where are you up?
We could actually turn this into a chaos weapon. I don't know if that's worth it, though. You get to female undead merchant. Yeah, I mean, I could. I don't... I have to kill Ceaseless, though. Which, Ceaseless kind of scares me, to be honest. God, the damage. Okay, we need to make sure there's not a archer or channeler up. That actually, if I didn't hit him with that attack, that could have ended really badly. Because if I had to turn around, he could have backstabbed me, which would have launched me into the fucking trap. At least I would have landed on the higher ledge. Yeah, I have the rusted iron ring. Holy shit, that guy was fast. What the fuck? Oh, this club is so good. You can go from Paris through the Drake Bridge. Yeah, that's true, but that requires me to drop into a room with 3 enemies that I cannot see. Yeah, I mean, it pains me to run past loot too, but this weapon we have is just too good. Where's this enemy? Remember there's an enemy here. I guess he fell down. And why is there no homeward bones? 50,000 for an armorsmith box? Oh, a whip. And a 500,000 greatsword. Oh. Okay. Lovely. Fantastic.
Go along, try and make split.
Well, that's the fucking worst. Some of the worst shit I've ever seen. Rip bozo. Did I not even get souls from that? What the fuck? Wait, what's the boss? Oh, butterfly. That's fine. What am I doing? I'm trying to time it, it's just awkward, dude. Nice. Oh, gloves. Right. I want some pizza today. Deep dish? Nah, I don't know. I'm feeling just like a normal pizza. Deep dish is good, man. You're just a hater. Fucking smush. The new RE4 rando update. Yeah, I saw that there was, Wait, I'm fat rolling? Oh, wait, the glove? Oh my god, I didn't realize the gloves made me fat roll. How much do these things weigh? Wait. I could have leveled up my endurance. Just didn't realize. Why? Oh my god, dude. I should have left him. I should have left the fucking rat. I forgot. Bro, what the fuck? Well, we have a lot of Titanite at least. We can upgrade this thing to +5. It's okay. The reinforced club is not bad. We can still use this thing to kill ONS. Would have preferred to use the Great Club, but... Imagine if that was a big humanity at the top of the ladder. I mean, I wouldn't have gone up. I had a feeling I was going to take some damage, but... Okay. God, what the fuck is this Hydra? Dude, the thing that sucks is like... God, killing this Hydra is gonna be so bad now, because I don't have the fucking... I don't know, man. These heads are kind of scaring me too. I feel like they're gonna send me flying or something. Stand up close to it. I don't... It's totally not sus at all. I don't know if I should keep trying to hit them from here or not. They're getting like offset too much to the side. Might just want to, I feel like we might just want to go down. Oh. This is so ass. Well, we got another head. I feel like we need to go down. I don't think I can hit these heads anymore, really. I guess we could maybe hit this one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going down. I'm going down. Fuck it. We've done enough damage. A lot of the heads are missing. We're almost there. If only I had the great club. Okay. Slow and steady. $5,000 souls. Yeah, the Hydra is a scuffed enemy for sure. Okay, that was just dumb. I mean, how do I upgrade the Grey Club into Smo's hammer, though? I don't have Smo's soul. Ugh. Tried to kick me. And I'm an idiot. And I'm dead. Oh my god. I do not like these clams. Why fight him? Because he's gonna chase me and I don't know. The thing is, man, if you just start charging, like, you don't know what situation you might end up in. Like, okay, let's say hypothetically, right? I run, and then there's a dragon butt there, or like something that's blocking the fucking pathway. I'm gonna grab this item. I don't want to have to come back to loot it later. The Great Club is RIP. Well, actually, we could still find another Great Club. Or the Large Club. But we're not gonna... I mean, we're not gonna get another Smo's hammer. Oh, I need to kindle. Yeah, I'm gonna do ONS with this weapon. If I upgrade it to +5, it should be decent. At least that's my plan. I mean, Reinforced Club is not bad, and we have 24 strength, so... should do, I don't know, like 250 damage or something. And it also has bleed. Yeah, I'm gonna check the merchant. Well, I mean, we have to. I need to upgrade my weapon there. Oh, Homeward Bones. Finally. Infinite fire bombs. Green Titanite? No, we don't really need those. All right. Let's see. 145 plus 87. It's not bad. And we're mid-roll because this thing is way lighter. You know what? At least by getting rid of the Great Club, we can mid-roll again. Which is kind of important. What strategy am I using that uses 93 firebombs? Firebombs are just really handy. All right, what do we got? Oh my god, it's Pinwheel! Phase 2. Please don't be Gwen. Just don't be Gwen. I don't have a fucking shield. Okay. Easy. Honestly, I would have rather got Manus here though, because if I got Manus here, it would at least mean that he's not in the Kappa arena. The Dragon Slayer Dragon. I'm missing everything. Let's see, what did he drop? Soul. Manus is waiting for me in his torture room. Yeah. When do I plan on streaming RE9? I'll be streaming it on the morning, on the 27th.
chosen undead. I am Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his wounded obscureth, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lord Vessel to thee.
That's not the Lord Vessel.
And beseech thee, thou
That's not the Lord Vessel. Actually, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta go use the restroom. All right, I'm back.
O chosen undead, now thou shalt make.
All right, sorry, time to die. Oh, oopsies.
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image.
Get a bit more strength. All right. Where was the Lord Vessel? I don't know. We still haven't found it. We never find the Lord Vessel. What's up, Zeke? I don't know if I would say we're winning. I'm trying, though. Well, I think it's time to loot Anne Orlando. Kill Gwendolyn first? I guess we could go see what Gwendolyn is. Might be Gwen. Oh god, they're still here. Chill, dudes. Bro, does the fucking bonfire not reset these guys? Surely if I homeward bone, it'll reset them. Alright, I need to buy more homeward bones though, because there isn't any other merchants that sell them. So I need more than this. Fuck off, dude. Oh my god. Oh. This is horrible. Oh. This guy's gonna fucking one-shot me, dude. My god, he's still coming. Honestly, I should have just looted that item. It's okay, though. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna buy bones. Is he gonna come down the fucking staircase here? Really not. Gonna go actually grab this item this time. That's great. We probably should have killed Gwendolyn, actually. I mean, we have so many other items to loot. It's just scary. It's just scary. I'm gonna buy a few more bones. Demon Great Hammer is not downgradable, as far as I'm aware. Isn't that supposed to be the mimic? Why did it not drop anything? Ooh, our first Lord Soul. And oh, well, goodbye, Sanctus. I really hope we find another weapon because, like, I don't really want to have to come back here to kill Gwendolyn. Preferably. Why did this guy aggro before? Is it because I think it's because I sprinted at this corner here. Oh. And the fuck, I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh, this Gravelord shit is so ass. I have a good shield, I'm fine. Bro, what do you think I'm gonna fist him? He has like 2,000 health. I'm gonna have to backstab him like fucking 400 times. Do the red phantoms respawn as well? They do. That's fantastic. I think if we go... Now that we unlock the door, well, we had already unlocked the door, I just kind of forgot about it, but... running out of items to loot. What do we got in here? Oh, God. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna fucking beat this guy to death. The thing is, I don't even think the fire bombs are gonna do any damage to him. Thing is, this guy's a mimic, so... yeah, they're honestly worse. Oh, okay. The Grave Lord ended. I don't think I can hit with my shield. No, you can't two-hand your left hand. I mean, in the speedrun you can with the move swap glitch, but you're not meant to be able to two-hand your left hand. It's fine. He's gonna drop the Lord Vessel. It'll all be worth it. There's like, oh, we're running out of items left to loot. I don't know, did the giant blacksmith sell any weapons? I actually can't remember. $500 great sword. Big demon hammer, yeah, we can't use any of that shit. This is chill. Come on, give me a weapon, please. Oh, no. I mean, it's a weapon. I guess that's what I asked for. Alright. We still have a fair... I mean, there's still a fair amount of items we can loot. How far do these guys fucking chase me?
So it was you, was it? How dare you produce a blade upon a deity? How did you...
Aha, you can't come here. Oh shit. Oh my god, she's still fucking coming down, dude. Chill, lady. Ooh, okay. We are fat, though. But okay. It's a good weapon. We only have one chunk, so it's not like we could upgrade it that much. I guess we'll try to do Gwendolyn, see what it is. Shield has an attack. Oh, that's cool. Probably doesn't do anything, but that's cool. Can't be upgraded? Oh, can you not upgrade the Crystal Straight Sword? I assumed you could. Like, you can upgrade the Crystal Halberd.
Heretic. First thou offendeth the Godmother. And
If it's
now
Gwyn,
thou
we can't
seekest
parry,
to
though.
trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. Let the atonement for thy felonies commence.
If it's a DLC boss, we can't really fight it because of fat... Okay. God damn it. What'd you say, Trance? Yeah, I mean, you can parry with your left hand, but the thing is, the only safe attack to parry is the jump attack, I think. I don't know, I don't really feel comfortable trying to fight Gwyn without a shield. You technically can do it, though. It's just so much easier with a shield. The Sens Merchant has the blood shield. That's true. I guess we should go buy that and kill Gwyn with the Crystal Straight Sword before we lose another weapon. Oh, what am I doing? Why am I going up? Can you push her off the bridge? Oh, this enemy scares me, dude. Look at, like, the damage of Dark Moonblade. If I get parried, I'm gonna die. Like, I'm gonna get straight up one shot.
But how? Master Gwyn.
Guys, I don't know what that fucking item is. I don't want to pick up something that's gonna fuck me right now. I just want to kill Gwyn while I can. I think her loot will be here anyways. I think it...
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Oh, I didn't... Oh my god, I didn't fucking open this door. Yeah, I mean, if that is a key item, it should go in the chest behind Framped, yeah, hopefully. He doesn't have a blood shield. Chat, you're mixing it up. Or wait, you were talking about the... You weren't talking about this fucking guy. Wait, who had the blood shield? Oh, the Sens merchant. Oh my god, what am I doing, dude? Well, at least we can open this door. Fuck. I got it mixed up, I'm sorry. It's okay, we'll just go run, it's fine. I'm used to it. Alright, I'll loot the item. Surely it's fine.
An awesome choice, stranger.
It'll be fine. I'm buying a shield at the Sens merchant so I can parry Gwyn and kill him. There's 3 chests after Gwendolyn, so it's just it's best if we just finish like looting everything here so I don't have to come back. Could revert the shield. I should have checked to see. Well, too late now. The thing is, if this is... Wait, what is this from? Oh, the butterfly. If you were to downgrade it, it probably would just... I don't think it would turn into another shield. It's most likely going to turn into another weapon. The item that it reverts to is... I think it's random, though. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe not. Maybe it's not random. I think it is though, because I had a weapon that reverted to like a +10 blacksmith giant hammer, which that's not even a weapon that you can normally get. Oh, this is, I think this is the Capra from, Asylum. I think it costs 7,500. Oh no, it was 1,000. I'm thinking of something else. All right. It's not bad. So bright. No way. Bro. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Why did I not roll that? I guess I should I roll into that attack? Also, oh, and now it fucking sent me back here. Yeah, I mean, it was a skill issue. I don't know, I thought I rolled that attack well. I was waiting. But maybe it's better if I roll into him. Maybe my fat roll got me killed, I don't know. I should have been, I mean, I should have been able to recover from that. I just missed the parry because I was kind of panicking a little bit. He did the instant attack twice. Like, I get hit by the grab, and then he does the instant attack twice, both with no follow-up. But I should have been able to parry and get back into it. Ah, damn. That sucks, dude. I mean, I can't even blame the game for that one. Just I am a bit surprised I didn't roll that grab, but I don't know if that was a fat roll issue or if I just rolled too early. The Lord Vessel was in New Londo Ruins. So not that bad. I mean, still not great, but better than the catacombs. Because I was talking with chat. I mean, no, not really. I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. Let me slow-mo it. I mean, even getting hit by the grab should not have been like a death sentence. I don't know how to parry. I don't know how to parry this attack, or is this just the one that I feel like this is different, so I don't know. I just blocked this, which I think blocking that was fine. We had the green blossom running, but then he did the fast attack there. I was waiting for the hit, but then he didn't do it, and then I just fucked up this parry, and then of course he does the instant hit. Brutal. No, I rolled a little too early. I don't know how long his frames last on the grab. Because I feel like if I had mid-rolled, maybe that wouldn't have happened, but I guess I rolled early. This is the first time I've actually died to Gwyn in this rando. Yeah, I just rolled too early, man. I don't know, I wasn't even like nervous at all or anything, it just... Yeah, it's just fucked up. Happens, I guess. Estus cheese strat. I don't... If you use the Estus, does he always go for the... Does he always go for the slow horizontal? I thought it didn't actually. No. Still does the fast attack. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't a... I don't know, I just mistimed my roll. Shit happens, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, it's the first time I've died to Gwyn in the rando. It is crazy, though, how quick... Like, if you mess up a parry on Gwyn, it can actually get out of control really fast. He can kill you so fucking fast. Upgrading stam would help it. No, not really. The thing is, by upgrading stamina, all you're doing is taking away stats from strength and dex. The absolute... I'll say this again, I'll say this a million times. The worst thing that can happen to you in this rando is getting a weapon that you can't use. Because then you literally can't fucking kill anything. You're just incapable of doing anything. So you need stats to use the weapons. Oh fuck, man! I can't believe I just died to Gwyn. That sucks. I'm not even like. It's just shit happens, I guess. You know what? For fun, let's go see what Capra was. Because maybe Capra was like Manus or something. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point, but why not check? Quailag can be kind of scuffed here. Well, I had no armor on, so that's probably why I took so much damage, but still. Quailag there is kind of cursed. I mean, if I went there with like if I had a +5 weapon, like a really strong weapon there, I probably could have killed her. Quailag there is doable, but she can definitely, like if she opens with the jumping lava spit attack, I think you just fucking lose. Cause like, she'll jump at you, spit lava on you, and then you're stuck in the corner, and she's like body pinning you in the corner in the lava while she swings at you. It's like,
holy shit, this is
you just instantly die. You can't even firebomb Cheeser either. The Lord Vessel was in New Londo. Well, that was an unfortunate ending to the run, but it is how it is.